Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
Fixerbot says,
Calm and collected.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
You know what I mean. Got high expectations. Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. I'll unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. No knowledge will explode.
I'll start TTSing stuff.
Knowledge burns bright. Chat with me. Let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge.
Cyber defense. The cyber defense path aims to give a broad introduction to the different areas necessary
T-minus
to
4
detect and
minutes.
respond to threats. This path will be looking at the following areas. Getting started. Threat and vulnerability management. Security operations and monitoring. Threat emulation. Incident response and forensics. Malware analysis and reverse engineering. Once you complete this path, you should have the fundamental components of detecting and responding to threats in a corporate environment and using these 4 concepts to build your understanding of more complex topics within this field. Note, this pathway is still under development and more rooms will be added as they become available. Prerequisites. You need a basic understanding of fundamental computing principles and a broad understanding of the different areas of cybersecurity to complete this pathway. If you do not already have these prerequisites, complete the pre-security pathway and intro to cybersecurity pathway.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme.
Threat and vulnerability management. Identify how attackers are developing their techniques to use in your defensive strategy.
Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. I'll unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. No knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. I'll unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. No knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge
Abel443 says, "Hi, do you remember me?" Your mic.
So it's not automatic because it's the wrong mic. I'm using this thing because my computer has a bit of problems and I've been sick, so I haven't fixed it. So I should reinstall it hopefully this weekend now. But I thought of a few things. Thank you. So welcome in everybody. I said like, oh, the music stopped, you know. Let's actually play around with my start screen. So we have to go studio mode. Let's play around with this one a little bit. Let's make a new. I guess we add. Come on, add. Mm, Luricam. Very nice name, right? It's not even my how I usually name stuff. So let's do some dashes. These are things that are used in um, the star ones, which are the main scenes to use. So in here we're gonna add a scene that is a full cam, I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe we should go this far up and grab the full screen. What else could we do? We could do camera. There will be sometimes round or sometimes, yeah, I'm kind of thinking full. And then we're gonna mess with this camera. So we're gonna put some filters on this. Let's like, we can chroma key it a bit, but mostly advanced mask. So, haha, that was the default to cut out a bit. No, mask is not what I want, is it? No, maybe it wasn't what I wanted. Let's see what else do we have. Yeah, I was thinking blur. I didn't know I had this one in actually. Let's delete that one and just blurify this in a little other way. So we know we should use this one, right? Blur radius. But I want something else. Hmm. Effect mask. Am I in the wrong place again? Pixelate is what I want. Because I want to pixelate. Yeah. And hexagonal. Oh, that looks so different. And then we want these really big. Oh, it's just my head that's okay, okay. Do I look funny? I'm looking for my preview and I can't see it because it's behind here. There's a preview. Right, so you can see this corner. But no, is this a good size? Well, that doesn't change much. Maybe 65, a little bigger. Smoothing. Yeah, I don't want it flickering that much, do I? It's kind of cool when it's very smooth. So if I'm dancing here, Let's see if we can get this to be center and the size. No, this is for that. Why isn't it like doing all of it? Height, width. So here, these are supposed to be 100. Why are they not 100? I don't know. Feels odd, but it's not all of it. So I have something white in the corner there. A corner radius. Right, we can also corner radius this thing. That looks funny. Right, so we probably want a mask on this later. Feathering. That's also moving it tinier, making it tinier. Let's so I'm here setting up stuff, getting ready for the stream, right? So now let's do a mask on this, and a shape that is, I guess this is good, the default rectangle, circle, ellipse. Have to test them all. Finite is good at this. So this is a center. We can rotate it. So let's just zero that. And the width to be.
How did your Proxmox installation go? Are you having it now? Do you face any problems?
Yeah, so we're actually going to use it in a few seconds when I'm done with this. So let's just fix this. It went well, so we're going to use it. I have moved to using that. So here we have corner radius. So now we can grab the corners, and we can also do like, let's do, oops. We have rounded it off a bit, right? So, is it too blurry? What do you think? So when I move this, it moves. Good, now it moved. And on top of that, I want a chroma key. No, I'm totally doing the wrong thing. On top of that, I want a color correction.
I did install it on my old laptop and it didn't went well. I missed
Oh,
some of your AD streams.
okay. So just ask if there's anything you want to know. So the streams are also saved. So if you want to check something out, but we might have done something offline too. So just ask if there's anything. So let's put this one on top. And I'm kind of thinking, is this what I want? So maybe it is. We can make it brighter and darker. And we can change the saturation to be a bit like a little crazier. But here we can change this hue shift totally to another color. Oh, now I want to do this in time to the music. Not now. And the opacity. So let's keep the saturation, everything at 0. So, my God, it's so hard to make this just reset defaults. So that was the default 0. And opacity, let's pull that down. And I'm gonna put this like as one of the layers for the other one. We'll see what it looks like. I'm dancing here, right? To the music. So now, let's hop to stream start here. And we're going to add this one here. So add scene. And what did I call it? Blurry cam. So we have a blurry cam. And it needs to be at like the bottom of it all, but over the one. So now I can like dance at the start of the stream. Or I can sit there like should we start the timer just to test what it looks like? It will send messages and things. And also maybe I should like change where it is, but I don't want that, do I? We can test this. And also I can change it and make it less blurry. Or we can have this up and then I can change the filters of blurry cam while we have that up. No, it doesn't work like that. But I can open the filters here, move it to another screen. I can move to this one. And then we can preview this one on the full screen. So we preview it there, right? And now I can change stuff like, what happened? Oh, right, so every time I click, I have to tab back. Well. That's not what I hoped for. So if I move this whole thing, we don't have to do that. So now we can preview this. So you're seeing that, right? As we're looking at the screen that was up. So I can change maybe just the gamma of it. I can still see, but it's kind of like low. It's very low. Let's change the composite blur to have a tinier size. So let's try 55. 55. 50. Oh, there it was down, or was it 0? So I went much more than this. So 50, 30. Now you can see me. That's too much visible, right? 40. And then we have 50. You can see how the blue light is very visible from there. So what about the rounding of it? Yeah, something is off there. I think it's the order of them. So this is what I want. It is. Now we have a border. Do we even want this? I don't think so. That wasn't nice. And that's without the layer that removes the opacity. So I can make it not very visible. Yeah, maybe that's nicer. And I imagine some text on there too, right? Hello. Hello. So I don't want this to be too bright. Maybe 0.5. I don't know why. Sometimes I imagine it's like it would be easier for the computer to use even numbers, but nah. There, so I think we're done. Let's remove the preview and studio mode, and let's just continue stream or start stream. Before we start Pragmax, there's one more thing. So today we made this is a second stream today. So we made a Go program that's a scanner, port scanner, and it's called Scan. So we're just going to run this one. No, we're going to have to run it like this. So let's make sure this is saved. And we are not using verbose. And I thought, why not scan the Proxmox server, right? So we have to test it with something. And this should be started now. I click the button at like 2 minutes. So this has been started for a long time. 176 is the IP anyway. So obviously 8006. Let's just do that. I don't know why it's slow. Let's do this. 176 from port 0 to 10,000. Let's do like, yeah, that's good. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory, so we need to cd programs go, and then we can run it. So scanning. So how many ports will be open? And is it even working, as we can't connect? So I'm very curious now. No ports, open ports found, and we can kind of notice that, right? So why isn't it showing anything? I'm going to have to plug it into the computer. Okay. So I have an HDMI cable here. Going over to the microscope. There. And no output. What's up? Okay, I'll just close it. It's getting a restart the not nice way. So, since I stopped stream, I've been eating and stuff. So it's obviously starting. So it will go 4K on us now, so we won't be able to see anything. I need to preview this. No, didn't have time to. So let's preview to my main screen so I can see what you see. Not in a tiny window in OBS. So it's been working fine. We've had no problems. It's just started every time I started it. I have not poured any food in there.
When I did it, I got some out of memory error after rebooting.
Okay. Oh, so maybe you used too much memory then. So now it went 4K, so I can't see a thing. Uh, and as it is not a UA machine, I'm assuming it started now. Well, let's see. So it's just odd that it didn't start before. So let's try again. There, no problem. So I have no idea what happened. It could have been that the keyboard that's connected to it is there's something on top of it pushing. And when I went there to look at the virus, I moved the keyboard, so it might have been some key being pressed or something, making it boot into BIOS or something. I don't know. I don't know. So we're still not subscribed, paying for Proxmax. So so I was going to scan it, right? So let's start with that. And now we can do this again. We just run scan go. Go run scan go. IP port, start port, stop port. And we're getting lots of ports suddenly. Yes, we knew about some of these, but 2 ports, 111 and 3128, I did not know about. So I wonder what those are. So we'll continue developing this scanner and make the multitasking of it better. But so far it seems like too good to be true with the speed for 10,000 ports, right? It seems too good to be true. This is just me trying to run the program without dot slash.
It's fast.
Yeah. But I think that it actually does not work if we do like 65,000 here. I don't think it will, it doesn't crash, and it gives us support, but I think it does only like 15,000 or something. So what it does, it goes through all the ports that we have said, from start port here to stop port. And then it starts a go routine here. So I started learning Go 2 days ago, so I don't know all the things about it yet, but I imagine that 16,000 ports or Go routines running at the same time, waiting for to be able to send the messages here. Though actually they're not waiting to be able to send messages. They are all. So I tried putting 500 here instead of what we had before, all the 65,000. So possibly it should just send 500. But these are obviously higher than 500, what we get hits for. So it just works anyway. No errors. I was trying to get an error message here instead of giving it a buffer size in messages. It sends messages between the different bits. And here it reads the message. So here it gets from the message channel, it gets a message which is in the form scanned port, which is a struct that we have up here. And I'm pointing at the wrong thing. So its port is open if the port is open, and the problem if there was a problem. And we use then is open to see if we print an error message or just say port is open like we do here. And it only does this if this boolean is on. So it's a very simple thing. Yeah, so let's close that now. I just wanted to test it when we have a new machine to test it on. So we're going to make notes. We're going to do TryHackMe rooms. This is about to expire, and I noticed it a few days ago, last week, that on TryHackMe, if you go to Learn and Learning Paths and read on this one, I just read through them all on stream, I think, and it said this path will be decommissioned, and then it said soon. Now it says April 2nd. So April 2nd, it is not even 2 weeks. So why not finish it, right? Why not? So you will not be able to obtain new certificates of completion after it is decommissioned. So we need to get the certificate first before it's too late. And this is the room I'm planning that we do, and I'm going to, since my throat, I stopped, I did the stream post because my throat hurt so much, and also Jen Hammond started streaming on Twitch, so I was like, okay, let's raid him, because I need a break, and I have a pizza, and I'm talking too much. I'm going to break my voice again. Tea with milk and honey though, but it's not a war anymore. So I'm going to TTS stuff instead of reading all of it. So do you have any questions about the Proxmox server before we start this? So if we have any tests to do, we have the setup. Let's start the Kali machine. This makes my stream more stable as I'm not running a VM stealing 8 gigs of RAM from my computer when I only have 32. So if you have any questions on Proxmox or the setup I did, do it. And I think I'm drinking too much tea. But I also had, so yeah, so this is started. Let's spice. Kelly. I'm gonna move this over to the other screen. It's normal here. So while this is booting, I'm just gonna we can log in. If I remember, did I do Kali or fix it? That seems to be wrong. Zoo. Yes, I also installed Kali on AWS, but I need a quick bio break. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. chat it to my kids a bit too. So my youngest, my 14-year-old, is starting to play puzzles on Roblox. I'm like, maybe we can do some puzzles in the weekend. We'll see. We'll see. So Kelly uptime 5 minutes. It says over here. So just in case we need it, it's there, ready. So let's go and do this. So we also had, there's actually one before on the path. That is finishing Wireshark. And then we definitely need Kali Machine. So maybe we should just finish this one first, as we have the Kali up now. So I know that some of these I've answered, but they're not actually done. So that's kind of why I didn't want to do it now, right? So I can do it slowly. And I don't think this is anything I will learn from. It's just I want to check through it so I don't miss anything. No, this is new and fresh. Let's do this. And I'm gonna TTS because I already can notice my voice is going worse, so.
TryHackMe. Neshes. Learn how to set up and use Neshes, a popular vulnerability scanner. Neshes
So I
vulnerability scanner
usually
is
read
exactly what you
aloud.
think is it's a vulnerability scanner. It uses techniques similar to map to find and report vulnerabilities, which are then presented in a nice GUI for us to look at. Neshes is different from other scanners as it doesn't make assumptions when scanning. Like assuming the web application is running on port 80 for instance. Neshes offers a free and paid service, in which some features are left out from the free to make you more inclined to buy the paid service. Their pricing is similar to Burp Suite, so unless you got some spare change, we will just be using their free version. You can check out their pricing options here, http URL.
And I'm not sure it's as much free as it was. We'll see. On Kali, yeah.
We will be installing Neshes on a local Kali VM. Warning, do not install Neshes on the THM attack box. It will
Have
not
you
work,
heard about
as there's no
Stratus
sufficient space. Other OSs will not be covered in this
No,
walkthrough,
tell me.
in which case the official installation guide can be found below.
Tell me. Oh, right. So we're supposed to actually register. So I decided not to do this before I was actually doing it, but I think it was like a limited time thing you get. So tell me about Shark. Essentials free product. Yeah, so my this information is not secret. And it's also saved in the browser. So there's even no bad emails there.
It's something like Wireshark, new Wireshark you can say, with some new features. Haven't tried it yet.
Nice. I'll actually click in having it in another window just to make sure. So I'm assuming I will need an mail. No? And no secret numbers in the URL. You never know, you know. So just a download link, or rather, activation code will come in the email. So here we can download, but I guess login attempted. I guess I'll open my mail first. So we have an activation code. Let's copy that. So let's hop over to Kali. And I guess you can have it in a notepad for now. Because I want to copy something else too, which is a URL. Yeah, too many tabs here, right? So I'm like, where's the Kali one? There it is. Let's stop it hiding for now. As we're not doing like full screen something. So I don't like have it at the top when I do web stuff because it keeps popping up when you're switching tabs. That's quite annoying actually. Even on my computer that's not virtual. I put it on the lower end because of that. But here it was annoying with VMware. This is tinier. It's better. So download version Linux. Yeah, I got that. Ubuntu. Yeah, that's okay. We could also do Debian. I'll let it do the Ubuntu one. If it doesn't say anything special, of course, but I guess the room is old. So you will need to do this for an activation code. We have done that. Step 2, Debian. They're doing the Debian one. Deb file. So let's, should we do the Debian one? What do you think? It's actually closer, I guess, to Kali than it's not Ubuntu that we have. And I'm talking too much. It'll start hurting again. Do Debian. By curl. Unknown time left. There. Save it to your downloads folder. So this room is 1,726 days old. I just want to check if it's in Kali, so we don't have to download it. This is from 2017. We didn't get Kali up saying, "Oh, this is now a tool in here," right? They want to keep their own stuff. So why did I scroll all this way down? Let's install the package we downloaded. So now this really is my main Kali machine, right? Really, I should CD DAO tab and then I should have ls2. It's called Nessus. So they have 8.12.1, we have 10.8.3. And theirs is for Debian 6 and ours is for Debian 10. Right, that's one thing I need to fix with the AWS one. Because it will not ask for a password with sudo. I want it to. So, we're going to make notes on Nessus.
Do you know about Zoxide? It's an advanced version of cd command. I really like it. I replaced my cd command with Zoxide since you can use Zoxide as cd.
Um, is it what some people have been using? I'm like, my brain just died. Kirosek, is Kirosek using it? He's using some kind of thing to see files and graphically. So we're going to make notes. So I have a blue here. It says tools and info. I guess I would think this were in blue, right? Where's blue here? I'm gonna make a folder for Nessus. Messes. And before today, when I was typing in Go, I kept typing an N instead of an M. Now we've got an M instead of an N. Oh well. So installation. Download. And ready server. Okay. So we're going to put both URLs from this page here. Oh, that one we can close. Where's the other one? I dragged it. No? Oh well. This is for the account registration, and then it will give us, right. Oh, I clicked it by mistake. So notes, meaningless actually. Register for key and download. Oh, that's annoying. Why did it do that? Because it was from TryHackMe, which is very, very markdowny, right? all of it. Let's just copy this and download for Debian. So we can actually use our name instead, because it's not like we won't understand. Install with, and then I'm gonna example here. And I'm gonna grab it. That's why I did this now. So it's not very pretty, is it? So all that it's doing is doing lots of
3 raiders from 0 day 3301 have
hi,
joined.
welcome in. Thank you very
Fixerbot
much for the
says,
Welcome.
raid.
Raiders. 0 day 3301 brought 3 friends to the party. Go drop them a follow.
So we're installing
0 day
Nessus.
3301 says, hey
So
guys,
how was the stream? How was the stream? We're doing the path that is about to disappear. I'll show you. I guess I have to actually click this, right? But this one we can middle click. So learning paths, cyber defense will end. Did you see?
short, this week I'd chill a little.
Uh, okay. Yeah, don't stream like all the time. Have to rest too. Like I'm planning to, maybe I'll do some puzzles with the kids. Maybe on Roblox, maybe in real life. We'll see. Whatever, I'm good with both. So April 2nd, the cyber defense path will disappear, and you will not be able to obtain new certificates of completion after it is decommissioned from the platform. So this is less than 2 weeks. So now you have a new thing to do here. The second.
Why?
Nah, you don't have to, but I'm going to. Why does it say 26%, by the way? So I just noticed this the other day, and it's a lot of blue stuff, you know? But that's what I need to learn. So I've heard about Nessus, I've never used it. Miter I have done a little bit. I've done a little bit of Yara, but very, very little. I have no idea what this is. I've heard this mentioned. Yeah, I do need so much more knowledge here, really, right? Splunk, uh, sysinternals, these will probably not be much. But what is this? OS query. Never heard of it. Splunk, I've definitely heard of, never used it. Uh, so that will be good. And then we have uh, attacking Kerberos, attacking attactive directory. So then we have volatility, which I definitely need to learn more about. And forensic stuff, redline, autopsy, disk analysis. Yeah, so it's very interesting to do these things too. But now we get to the fun stuff here, malware. Yeah, so to be able to make malware, we need to know the other side, right?
I think about it. But blue is
Yeah.
not so mine. Maybe
No.
next week grinding Shroff.
Okay, yeah, so Ari, so reverse engineering, it's very good to know reverse engineering, even if you're a red team, right? Because if you never like looked at these things, How would you make something, right? We need to know the blue side to be able to be good at the red side. So I want to do this. Also, cyber defense sounds kind of cool. And I seem to have done these already, but it's not now. I just had them done already. They're like in all of them, right? Windows fundamentals, and they're in all of them. I don't know why I didn't finish this one though. So we're doing Nessus here, which is already up. So I'll keep this tab in case someone else pops in and ask what am I doing? You know, I'm really doing the AD stuff now, right? AD hacking. And this is second stream today. The other one I did the Go programming. So we made a network scanner, starting to learn Go, and it's so crazy quick, crazy quick. 10 seconds and it scans like all the things. Yeah, but it's not finished. Oh no, this is what I'm saying oh no about. So I did turn on the screensaver thingy again, I think. So I just copied this into the notes. So we were doing the Nessus installation, and we downloaded the Debian package and we installed it. So we click this, I guess. We will now start the Nessus service with the command set up bin systemctl start Nessus. Yeah, start. Yeah. So I'm thinking, should I make a snapshot before I do this? But I have one. Let's see what it says. Start by typing the path to sysctl. Start Nessus D service. Yeah, so actually this uses the same syntax. We never need the path for systemctl. My god. Nessus D.service. Makes me think of making fake services. When did I do that? Right, it didn't sudo, and it's smart enough to ask. And then it's QI. Let's actually cancel. So let's put this in the notes. Start it. Did I say like install it? No, install what? Yeah. So I'm not repeating myself. That's good. Complete. Open up Firefox. Here you have easy points. For the point hunts, or your points hunt. Open up Firefox and go to the following URL. So 8834. Okay. We can copy the link. Go to. Got to. Gotta. So I did stop the browser already. Use it to download. I'm like, let's just Bad request.
Abel443 says, alright then it's about to be 2 a.m. here, feeling
Ooh,
very
time
sleepy.
zones, time zones. Yeah. So sometimes I start earlier with the streams. So go to bed and sleep well and have a great weekend. So sorry, could not understand speaking HTTP. It wanted HTTPS. So I'm just checking this. So I'm not trying to burp. Hmm. Welcome to Nessus. Never seen this before. You can click settings to configure the Nessus proxy, plugin feed, and encryption password settings before you start the installation. Or you can select register offline to continue the offline registration. When you're ready, click continue. So settings. And let's not miss. Let's check what this one wants to do. It wants us to accept. And right, so this one will have a question. This is not what it looks like now. Skip. Clicking the skip button. There's no skip button on this image. Which will input that code we got. Yes, we already have it. I was thinking we'd fill that in here, right? There's obviously no skip here either. Encrypted password. Plugin. Proxy. So, let's just click the continue button. Set the trial. So we already did that. So we already did this. There's the skip button. And here I can paste stuff. So let's look at this. So I was like going to so then after that I pasted from the other page, I filled in that, and then we have the same, but now it's almost the same, though it was old. 1700 was it? 1726 days old. So user account. This is tough. I guess I should remember this, right? I disclosed Notepad. This is user account. So if this was a normal browser that on a normal computer, I would have it remember stuff for me. But now it's just like yeah, I'll do something like stupid. Test. I'm doing the same as the other password. So let's just confirm that looks right. Submitting that. So I'm just gonna save that in my desktops there. Oh, file name. My goodness, why can't I just arrow key this? There. Nessa's Reds Cully. So saved somewhere, which is not my public yet. Downloading plugins. Oh, right, you can't see. It's just saying this, and it's starting a little bit. So, fill out the username and password fields. Make sure you use a strong password. So, is this like some actual thing? This will now install the plugins required for it to function. Will take some time, which will depend on your internet connection and hardware attached to your VM. If the progress bar appears to be not moving, it is. It means you don't have enough space on the VM to install. So let's check this VM, right? So the hardware. Yeah, I'm doing the wrong one. I should be going this VM instead. I started the wrong one. So we get a second try at doing the same thing. Yeah, I thought so there. I'm too new at this yet. So let's start the other one too. I'm going to do the same thing again. But while I'm waiting. Right? So that one wasn't updated. It didn't have the new look as this one had. So let's rename this one. Summary. Options. Right click. I just want to rename it to Old Kelly so I don't do the same mistake again. Because this one might not be have enough data. Though I kind of fixed it, didn't I? I don't remember if it finished. Or if this will fill up the whole drive. Because this one has hardware, 300 gigs hardware instead of 50. Ah, that's stupid on me. So maybe I should delete this one.
Governator Ilek's wife says. Cheap viewers on stream boo.
As it was deleted
At IRLZKG.
from chat, I kind of thought that's the kind of message. Someone's wife. Rename it. So this Kelly started. I don't like this image though. The other one I fixed. That's why it has a pretty image. And that's why it wasn't the name I thought. So I thought I would have fixed it. So it's because I've been sick, so I haven't used it for a week. So I'm not sure about these things anymore because it's just new. There, so it's Kali still. And this one is Proxmox Kali, Proxlee. Should have done Lee with two E's. It would have sounded more like Bruce Lee. E. So this one is still going. It's still downloading plugins. And I'm kind of thinking this won't fit. And I thought there was a lot of tabs too. Yeah, I'm gonna close that. And I'm going to exit this. I'm sorry, guys. We need to do it on the other machine. Well, let's just close it, I guess. Oh, let's do this one instead. And this one has the line up here still. So we'll see if I go crazy when I use the browser. So this is quick though. We didn't do much. The first thing that took time was this. What I need to do though is to grab that link from that code from my mail again, but it's still up. So it's quick. I didn't close the mail. I just minimized it. Guess that wasn't too stupid then. And I still remember what username I selected. But if it's an actual account, maybe we should do fix it instead. So, right, not as many tabs in this one. So this time we will go in our newly made notes and make sure that this is quick. And I just want to copy the link, copy URL. And yeah, again, what I thought, right? It was actually on burp. Right, this is the wrong link. That's annoying. I'm just opening a few tabs. Don't know what will pop up. Ah, found the download one. There. So let's close these tabs again. Wireshark. And that one. And hop back to notes. And add this one. So let's separate those in case we have to do this again, you know? It still thinks it's Ubuntu. Wasting my words or my throat. So this one pops up. Good. Now we don't have to close this because we know we will need it again. Very, very soon. Let's actually modify this. So I don't have to CD. So unknown options. Okay, so it wants to be CD'd, I guess. You never know what it has inside. No, same thing. Am I blind? There was some character in there that we couldn't see. That's my only answer. Was something odd in there. Because this is worked fine now. So let's actually grab the actual installation, and I'm assuming they're exactly identical, but you never know. And let's actually grab this and delete this. There. I must have done something out there or typoed. Let's just look at history. So you see this is green, but there's no other character here. Same file name, it's just green. There's some character in there that it got stuck up. You can see this, right? Question mark. Odd. So now we're ready to continue, meaning going to the URL. I'm just copying the URL. So, and we're gonna tab in here, and we're gonna replace that one with localhost, and we need to add this to HTTPS. Yeah, so let's edit this. That's because it's old. So now, of course, it's HTTPS, right? I'm clicking here to make it tab in here. Now, proxy. Okay. Odd. Yeah, so it's still the same. We didn't start it. So it's odd when you just did something, you know. I'm actually going to delete that. So there now. Yeah, let's try logging those. So that should work too. Sorry for doing the same thing twice and forgetting what steps I did the second time. Follow and enter your, let's see what it calls it, key or something. And wait, please wait while this is initializing. Actually, let's close the other VM down. I did, right? I did close it, so it's off. Good. So we only have this one. Because together they kind of fill up the whole thing. And this one has 2, and this one has 4. And this one has other stuff, because this is imported from VMware, and this one is made here. So this one is more like natural. So it's still initializing. So the first time it was bad enough, right? So let's update this page just to make sure. And it gave us a login. No. So continue, register, continue, skip, and set the code. Alright, last time I did Zoom a lot. Sorry for that. So I'm just filling in that code. And now we have the username again. And this time I'm going to do fix it for 2 just. I don't know if this is actually something that exists. No, outside of this machine. And then I would get a real better password on that too. Save it. I guess we save it. This is the first thing saved in this thing. Ever. Except for admin. Yeah, activation failed because I already used another one. So it is on localhost, but I'm thinking it will use this code to do it anyways. So what if we just update now and settings, host port. Like now it's updated. So if we change this one to this, that's so annoying. I'm trying to scroll. I can't. I have to zoom out. Going back here. No, I didn't check that. Yeah. So we used the first one already. Let's do another email address. And we can do this. I don't really care. It's the same mailbox. I'm gonna get rid of that window. So, opening my mail, getting the new code. Oh, well. It seems that these things don't work more than a short time anyway, right? Well, let's do that anyway. So now we have this again, and we submit again. And this time it should work. There, setup complete, initializing, downloading plugins. So this is where we kind of aborted last time because I think the hard drive got full, right? Because it had only 2 gigs free. And this one has about 250 gigs free. So this one should work a bit better. I'll grab a pizza bread. So, new and yummy. I actually got an email the other day to my info at my old domain. No surprise, it was spam. I need to get rid of some email I'm getting. I'm getting like several every hour. And now I'm not talking spam. Just like, we have this course soon. This article, da-do-do. That kind of thing. So we're here. Not enough space. I'm assuming it will work. So let's actually start looking at the next section. Oh, so we get stuff to do at once. Nice. There's no reading. Perfect for today. I don't know how much waiting it is though. Actually, we didn't need to log in. So, my scans is a screen we have up. We just don't have a welcome to Nessus. What is the name of the button which is used to launch a scan? Plugins are compiling. So it says that it will be limited functionality, but I'm assuming scans is where the buttons are. Maybe all scans. No? Functionality may be limited until compilation is complete. So I'm trying to read the message that's behind there. Can't go up enough and it's visible. So this is 200%. That's quite low. Anyway, it's working, you know. And there were not anything we could really do here, so let's actually hop to the next one at the same time. The next one is miter. So, gosh. There, now it won't hop. So we're going to start TTS in this room while we're waiting for the other one to start.
MITRE. This room will discuss the various resources MITRE has made available for the cybersecurity community.
So nothing more visible here. Research. Yeah, I'm going to show you what TTS sounds like in Kali. See if it is bug free, finally. The first one will be good. The second one will be bad. If they haven't fixed it. They didn't a few days ago. So.
Search discovered that Gemini Cloud Assist was susceptible.
Okay, so now we do it again.
Search discovered that Gemini Cloud Assist was susceptible to prompt injection
Definitely
via
a
log
bug.
content. When the user analyzed these logs with Gemini Cloud Assist, the attacker could potentially exploit Gemini integrations or trick the user into visiting a legitimate.
So, it's not usable in Kali. this plugin. I don't know why it's installed even. I guess we remove it because it's not useful, right? But I do want to check if it updates. I think I made a report long ago. On TTS. I'm trying to click here. Let's just give it some time. It's doing something. It's busy. So we're going to start MITRE at the same time here.
Introduction to MITRE. For those that are new to the cybersecurity field, you probably never heard of MITRE. Those of us that have been around might only associate MITRE with CVEs, common vulnerabilities and exposures, list, which is one resource you'll probably check when searching for an exploit for a given vulnerability. But MITRE researches in many areas, outside of cybersecurity, for the safety, stability, and well-being of our nation. These areas include artificial intelligence, health informatics, space security, to name a few. From MITRE.org, at MITRE, we solve problems for a safer world. Through our federally funded R&D centers and public-private partnerships, we work across government to tackle challenges to the safety, stability, and well-being of our nation. In this room, we will focus on other projects/research that the US-based nonprofit MITRE Corporation has created for the cybersecurity community, specifically ATT and CK registered, adversarial tactics, techniques, and COMNK knowledge, framework. CAR, Cyber Analytics Repository, knowledge base. Engage, sorry, not a fancy acronym. D3 Fend, detection, denial, and de-eruption framework empowering and network defense. AEP, a TT and CK emulation plans. Let's dive in, shall we? Room updated, July 1st, 2022.
So attack is the only one that I know of these.
Before diving in, let's briefly discuss a few terms that you will often hear when dealing with the framework, threat intelligence, etc. APT is an acronym for Advanced Persistent Threat. This can be considered a team/group, threat group, or even country, nation-state group, that engages in long-term attacks against organizations and/or countries. The term advanced can be misleading as it will tend to cause us to believe that each app group all have some superweapon, e.i. a zero-day exploit, that they use. That is not the case. As we will see a bit later, the techniques these app groups use are quite common and can be detected with the right implementations in place. You can view FireEye's current list of app groups here. TTP is an acronym for tactics, techniques, and procedures, but what does each of these terms mean? The tactic is the adversary's goal or objective. The technique is how the adversary achieves the goal or objective. The procedure is how the technique is executed. If that is not that clear now, don't worry. Hopefully, as you progress through each section, TTPs will make more sense.
TTP.
What is the ATT and CK registered framework? According to the website, MITRE ATT and CK registered is a globally accessible knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real-world observations. In 2013, MITRE began to address the need to record and document common TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures that Advanced Persistent Threat, groups used against enterprise Windows networks. This started with an internal project known as FMX, Fort Meade Experiment. Within this project, selected security professionals were tasked to emulate adversarial TTPs against a network, and data was collected from the attacks on this network. The gathered data helped construct the beginning pieces of what we know today as the ATT and CK registered framework. The ATT and CK registered framework has grown and expanded throughout the years. One notable expansion was that the framework focused solely on the Windows platform but has expanded to cover other platforms, such as Mac OS and Linux. The framework is heavily contributed to by many sources, such as security researchers and threat intelligence reports. Note this is not only a tool for blue teamers. The tool is also useful for red teamers. If you haven't done so, navigate to the ATT and CK registered website. Direct your attention to the bottom of the page to view the ATT and CK registered matrix for enterprise. Across the top of the matrix, there are 14 categories. Each category contains the techniques an adversary could use to perform the tactic. The categories cover the 7-stage cyber attack lifecycle. Credit Lockheed Martin for the cyber kill chain.
So you can get tips from there what to do. I won't read stuff because my throat.
ATT and CK Matrix V11.2. Under initial access, there are 9 techniques. Some of the techniques have sub-techniques, such as phishing. If we click on the gray bar to the right, a new layer appears listing the sub-techniques. To get a better understanding of this technique and its associated sub-techniques, click on phishing. We have been directed to a page dedicated to the technique known as phishing and all related information regarding the technique, such as a brief description, procedure examples, and mitigations.
We also need to know how things are detected, right? To be able to bypass.
You can alternatively resort to using the search feature to retrieve all associated information regarding a given technique, sub-technique, and / or group.
Let's do search too. Let's use their example. Here are the sub groups there.
Lastly, the same data can be viewed via the MITRE ATT and CK registered navigator. The ATT and CK registered navigator is designed to provide basic navigation and annotation of ATT and CK registered matrices, something that people are already doing today in tools like Excel. We've designed it to be simple and generic. You can use the navigator to visualize your defensive coverage, your red/blue team planning, the frequency of detected techniques, or anything else you want to do. You can access the navigator view when visiting a group or tool page. The ATT and CK registered navigator layers button will be available.
I have to read this. I didn't listen. Because I was thinking, is a sub neglect? Let's do this
Lastly, the same data can be viewed via the MITRE ATT and CK registered navigator. The ATT and CK registered navigator is designed to provide basic navigation and annotation of ATT and CK registered matrices, something that people are already doing today in tools like Excel. We've designed it to be simple and generic. You can use the navigator to visualize your defensive coverage, your red/blue team planning, the frequency of detected techniques, or anything else you want to do. You can access the navigator view when visiting a group or tool page. The ATT and CK registered navigator layers button will be available.
again. I'm a bit tired already. Yeah, I just slept 5 hours.
Let's get acquainted with this tool. Click here to view the ATT and CK registered navigator for Carbanic. At the top left, there are 3 sets of controls: selection controls, layer controls, and technique controls. I encourage you to inspect each of the options under each control to get familiar with them. The question mark at the far right will provide additional information regarding the navigator. To summarize, we can use the ATT and CK matrix to map a threat group to their tactics and techniques. There are various methods the search can be initiated. The questions below will help you become more familiar with the ATT and CK registered. It is recommended to start answering the questions from the phishing page. Note that this link is for version 8 of the ATT and CK matrix.
Everybody, I would say, but let's not answer. So they were talking about phishing. Attachment, right? T1598. No? Which then? Go to the phishing page. Didn't I? Oh, we're in that thing. It looks very similar. But the order was different. So attachment is here. So I still get T1598. If it's uppercase T, I'm fainting. Yeah, we're on the phishing page, or on this one, phishing. So phishing generally is T1598 ID. So might be old stuff, you know. If there's old questions, then it's hard to find where what the answers are supposed to be. Find it here. 1566. So they probably changed it, right? Because it's not 1566 now. So we can't find the right answer on the web page. We have to go this way instead. It's a bit sad, but they are removing this path, right? Mitigation. So let's look at the page. Mitigations. User training, I'm assuming. What are the data sources for detection? Format source, source, source. And we had a new one there too now. So let's go for this one. I like this one. They're not just saying the answers or anything. So let's see if we can see this information in our current one. So it's not exactly the same. That's why I went here. So here we have a file too. So we could never have found this answer. Actually, it wasn't right. So it fit, it just didn't fit. Why no spaces, you know? Which are the first two groups to have used spearfishing in their campaigns? That we might be able to find here. These are probably by so let's go here because I think it said spearfishing, didn't it? Spearfishing in their campaigns. Yeah. This is too old to the page won't be exactly the same. Call name. Format. Yeah. So we'll see if this fits. Based on the information in the first group, what are their associated groups? So this we might be able to find here. No, because it's not even here anymore. So we'll have to look here. Yeah, so I can understand why they're removing this. But I don't think they're removing the rooms. Suffers with a group that it's fishing as its technique. So again, I don't think this is accurate anymore. So we're supposed to use search and stuff to find this, and there's a totally so many years later, 1,700 days ago, it's not the same. So I'm gonna do this here. Don't think we can find these, but let's read this. Software page. Let's do that. Is this the answer? and we're going to grab that from an old page. We would have to go like to the archive. So this group overlaps slightly with which other group. So again, old data, right? So just to do some of this. So this information was still here. Overlap. To this group, to that one. I'm also thinking, shouldn't there have been any updates? So let's check the age. So this one is a bit newer actually. So Cal 1591 365 4 years. So why is this always even like that? That's a bit crazy. So in 4 years they should not have had any new techniques for us to be able to answer the question. So I don't even look. 15. What did it say here? There's no info here. So I'm tired. I'm starting to get real tired. So without the old write-ups, you would be like not be able to fix this. So let's like read all of it and I'll just scroll.
Cyber Analytics Repository. The official definition of CAR is the MITRE Cyber Analytics Repository. CAR is a knowledge base of analytics developed by MITRE based on the MITRE ATT and CK registered adversary model. CAR defines a data model that is leveraged in its pseudocode representations but also includes implementations directly targeted at specific tools, example Splunk, EQL, in its analytics. With respect to coverage, CAR is focused on providing a set of validated and well-explained analytics, in particular with regards to their operating theory and rationale. Instead of further attempting to explain what CAR is, let's dive in. With our newly acquired knowledge from the previous section, we should feel comfortable and understand the information that CAR is providing to us. Let's begin our journey by reviewing CAR 2020-09-001, Scheduled Task, File Access. Upon visiting the page, we're given a brief description of the analytics and references to ATT and CK, technique, subtechnique, and tactic. We're also provided with pseudocode and a query on how to search for this specific analytic within Splunk. A pseudocode is a plain, human-readable way to describe a set of instructions or algorithms that a program or system will perform. Note the reference to Sysmon. If you're not familiar with Sysmon, check out the Sysmon room. To take full advantage of CAR, we can view the full analytic list or the CAR ATT and CK registered navigator layer to view all the analytics. Full analytic list. In the full analytic list view, we can see what implementations are available for any given analytic at a single glance, along with what OS platform it applies to. CAR Attack Navigator. The techniques highlighted in purple are the analytics currently in CAR. Let's look at another analytic to see a different implementation, CAR 2014-11-004, Remote PowerShell Sessions. Under Implementations, a pseudocode is provided and an EQL version of the pseudocode. EQL, pronounced as equal, and it's an acronym for Event Query Language. EQL can be utilized to query, parse, and organize Sysmon event data. You can read more about this here. To summarize, CAR is a great place for finding analytics that takes us further than the mitigation and detection summaries in the ATT and CK registered framework. This tool is not a replacement for ATT and CK registered but an added resource.
Just the status here. It's looking exactly the same. And I can see it's this new folder. So I've tried clicking this. It's gray, you know, and we have this spinning here. So I'm kind of thinking we need to just give it time, and it can get time, but it's a lot of time. So cyber analytics repository, and we can find information, and of course this is old. ByteQL, which I have used in Unicipher stuff, which is nice to know a little about stuff, right? Schedule task file access. Yeah, let's keep that one up. So let's see what questions. Which tactic? So let's go to one of these again. Car. We can just Google this too, if it is the same, you know. It's not in here. Persistence. And after the last ones, I don't know if this is correct, but we'll see. Yeah, because this one, I'm not gonna scrolling up there. That was a totally different number. What is the name of the library that is a collection of Seek proscript? Car.
Zeke, bro, script.
Of course, add something selected.
Welcome to the Cyber Analytics Repository. The MITRE Cyber Analytics Repository, CAR, is a knowledge base of analytics developed by MITRE based on the MITRE ATT and CK adversary model. CAR defines a data model that is leveraged in its pseudocode representations, but also includes implementations directly targeted at specific tools, example Splunk, EQL, in its analytics. With respect to coverage, CAR is focused on
I
providing a set of
already
validated and
listened to
well-explained
this.
analytics, in particular with regards to their operating theory and rationale. If you want to start exploring, try viewing the full analytic list. Also, check out the ATT and CK Navigator layer that captures the current set of ATT and CK tactics and techniques covered by CAR. Analytics stored in CAR contain the following information. 1. A hypothesis which explains the idea behind the analytic. 2. The information domain or the primary domain the analytic is designed to operate within, e.g. host, network, process, external. 3. References to ATT and CK techniques and tactics that the analytic detects. 4. The glossary. 5. A pseudocode description of how the analytic might be implemented. 6. A unit test which can be run to trigger the analytic. In addition to the analytics, CAR also contains a data model for observable data used to run the analytics and sensors that are used to collect that data. Methodology. CAR analytics were developed to detect the adversary behaviors in ATT and CK. Development of an analytic is based upon the following activities. 1. Identifying and prioritizing adversary behaviors from the ATT and CK adversary model. 2. Identifying the data necessary to detect the adversary behavior. 3. Identification or creation of a sensor to collect the necessary data. 4. The actual creation of the analytic to detect the identified behaviors. CAR is intended to be shared with cyber defenders throughout the community. This white paper on TTP-based hunting provides some useful insight into many of these activities. CAR and ATT and CK. It's important to remember that ATT and CK and CAR are separate projects for good reason. It's critical to keep how we articulate threats with ATT and CK separate from a set of possible ways to detect them with the analytics. We don't want the defender content in ATT and CK to be overly prescriptive about how someone can defend against ATT and CK techniques, because there could be many different ways, and it's up to the organization implementing them to determine what works best for their environment and the threats they face. This is why we didn't put the analytics in ATT and CK to begin with. CAR is a good starting point for many organizations and can be a great platform for open analytic collaboration, but it isn't the be-all/end-all for defending against the threats described by ATT and CK. Analytic source code libraries. Some analytics are built as source code for specific products. In these cases, code might support a broad set of detections in a way that makes it hard to describe a set of distinct analytics. For these types of analytics, rather than integrating them into the main CAR site, we've collected them under a library of implementations. Currently, the only library is BZAR, a collection of Zeek, Bro, scripts looking primarily at SMB and RPC traffic. Contributing. We would love your contributions. Please see the contribution guidance for more information.
What additional information is provided? Yeah. I guess we have lots of information everywhere. Hmm.
In order to gain persistence, privilege escalation, or remote execution, an adversary may use the Windows built-in command @.exe to schedule a command to be run at a specified time, date, and even host. This method has been used by adversaries and administrators alike. Its use may lead to detection of compromised hosts and compromised users if it is used to move laterally. The built-in Windows tool shtasks.exe, CAR 2013-08-001, offers greater flexibility when creating, modifying, and enumerating tasks. For these reasons, shtasks.exe is more commonly used by administrators, tool/scripts, and power users.
Useless question. This did not teach me anything. It's looking for the right matching letters. Question, then additional information is provided. There's like lots of additional information, right? So nothing new on the other page. It still looks the same. I wish we could see a bit more what it's actually doing. So these three are only started but haven't succeeded yet. Finish downloading plugins, it says there though. Okay, so downloading is done. downloading and downloading. License. So according to this, all the things it has started, well, we know that it said it was compiling plugins, but we can't see it here, so it wasn't very useful. We don't want it to translate plugins. Now, this will be interesting to run when we can. There's advanced settings. Memory usage is almost at the top. Yeah. So the stuff is happening. It's not just statically crashed or something. And this has been up for an hour. So let's just do a quick Google. So the question is out there. Someone else was thinking, what is happening? An hour later, 64% compiled. So it's not even an ATM versus current. Minimum spec for Nessus it has 4 and 8 gig exactly. So we're like the minimum. Took forever. So we can expect it to take at least an hour more. So let's just ignore it. And it's not just me not seeing the where to click, because I've never been in there. So it's normal for it to take forever on lowest possible specs. At least we're there. The other machine didn't have 4 cores. So I'm waiting for the screen. So it doesn't even say where it is, it's just saying log in, which we didn't have to on this. So we haven't seen this one either. But we have this news thing here. Just wait for it. Let's continue with this. Let's actually move this more out of the way. So Nessus is where it is. Let's continue with this. So the next one is Miter Engage. And I will TTS again, so I save my voice a little bit.
MITRE Engage. For the website, MITRE Engage is a framework for planning and discussing adversary engagement operations that empowers you to engage your adversaries and achieve your cybersecurity goals. MITRE Engage is considered an adversary engagement approach. This is accomplished by the implementation of cyber denial and cyber deception. With cyber denial, we prevent the adversary's ability to conduct their operations, and with cyber deception, we intentionally plant artifacts to mislead the adversary. The Engage website provides a starter kit to get you started with the adversary engagement approach. The starter kit is a collection of white papers and PDFs explaining various checklists, methodologies, and processes to get you started. As with MITRE ATT and CK, Engage has its own matrix. Below is a visual of the Engage matrix.
Two hours already.
Let's quickly explain each of these categories based on the information on the Engage website. Prepare the set of operational actions that will lead to your desired outcome. Input. Expose adversaries when they trigger your deployed deception activities. Affect adversaries by performing actions that will have a negative impact on their operations. Elicit information by observing the adversary and learn more about their modus operandi, TTPs. Understand the outcomes of the operational actions, output. Refer to the Engage handbook to learn more. You can interact with the Engage Matrix Explorer. We can filter by information from MITRE ATT and CK. Note that by default the matrix focuses on operate, which entails expose, affect, and elicit.
The memory release is max. So. Nessus Aller. I guess it's not. Hmm. Yeah, so it's not done. It's not doing anything yet. And these are grayed. So I guess it's just waiting. So 100% CPU usage. Compiling. Let's quickly explain each of these categories, right? So this is not what I think is the most interesting thing in cybersecurity, but it's very nice to know all the things a little bit. I guess we learn the fundamentals, learn a little language.
Johannes says.
Hey, 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 Winrod,
Hi,
hey.
welcome in. How are you? I'm a bit like, I've been sick this week. Very cold tea with honey and milk. Oh, I should have gotten that little heart.
Let's say, I'm just fine.
Share the wow. Okay, okay. Maybe we should chat tomorrow on Discord. If we don't sleep on. We only slept 5 hours. Yeah. Get it. Get started. Get it done. get going. So, uh, operationalize operationalize the methodologies. Integrate adversary engagement.
Yeah, that we can do. I gotta build a little bit home, but I need some breaks.
Yeah, yeah. So I might sleep for a bit. Might sleep until I wake up. We'll see. And then we can like sometime in the afternoon. And I won't be leaving
It's a date.
any time because I still feel, yeah, my throat hurts, and I'm not gonna. I was going to go help my mom with stuff, but I think I'll just stay home tomorrow too. Let's do it. Start with the basics. Oh, so there's lots to read there. Do we want to read all this? Oh, there's posters too.
Yeah, I'll gonna have a Sov Morgan as long as I can tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. Sleep in. That's what the weekend is for. And my hubby's like, but I've been up since 7, 8 because we have to use the time. I'm like, but that's how I use the time. The weekend is for resting.
I'm on my way to bed but saw you up, so I will pop in and say hello.
Yeah. So good night. And here you tomorrow. So there's this thing that they're going to
Gubby.
remove.
Translated from Vietnamese.
So I have to do it before the second.
Goodbye.
Translated
Goodbye.
from Swedish.
Oh, we translated that from Swedish. Goodbye. Hmm. So look at the length of this page. So I thought about TTSing this at first, but it's humongous. Let's go to the home. So it is all like this. Where's the thing that it's ahead up? Where's this? Matrix. Yeah, that's what I clicked, right? Will this work? If it does, it's a very messy web page. So if you want to go to Matrix, you have to edit the URL. Well, prepare, plan, understand, analyze, operate, expose, affect, and then it was too tiny for me. Elicit. Okay, so it just showed these, but on the image for some reason. Under prepare. So let's find this. Oh my god, that's a lot of pastes. So it says 2 for 12. Persona creation. And this one doesn't rescan, so. And what is the name of the resource to aid you with the engagement actively from the previous question? Activity from the previous question. So, the resource. Create a fictitious human through a combination of planted data and revealed behavior patterns. I guess it's a revealed behavior patterns then, because it's 3 words that are kind of that length. Oh, again, it did it again. So let's just paste it here. Revealed behavior patterns. I'm misspelling on purpose. Yeah, so it doesn't fit at all. What's the hint? Tools? So there's no tools here. Why is that there? I don't get it. There's no tools. Oh gosh. Tools? Tools, all tools. What's the name of the resource to aid you with their engagement activity from the previous question? Is activity what? Is it preparing? They mean. So we need something more preparing. Is that what they mean? This was useless, at least. I kinda hate this website. I know. So we haven't looked at this for a bit, right? So go back to the
Santizina
top.
says, hello.
Hello, welcome in. So this is an old room. It's 4 years, and all the things are not the same. So we're using this when I can't find things. It says like the hint is click something that's like not there.
I just wanted to ask for advice.
Yeah, sure, go for it. Go back to the engage site. Go back to the top and over to the
My Steam account
magnify
got stolen
site.
literally 10 minutes ago. And I don't know what to do.
Steam
What am I
account.
supposed to do?
They must have some kind of support, right? So
I don't even know why I clicked on the link.
Okay, so you clicked on some kind of link. Ah, okay. Yeah. So
It says that they changed the email to one in Madrid, Spain.
there's in the FAQ here.
And I blocked my account.
Okay. Try to self-recover your account. So there
But I
are
don't know if that will
steps.
allow for them to enter in my account or not. I can't hear anything, there's ads.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay now.
So I googled and there's a site from
Yeah, I did that.
Steam support. So is there no
It says
like,
it's blocked.
yeah, uh, account phishing articles, proof of ownership.
But if they have my email, they're able to unblock my account.
I'm sure that proof of ownership will include the old email address, right? If you have your old email. I'm concerned I may not be able to recover my. You can always contact Steam support for account recovery. Even
How does
if
that
someone
work?
has changed the account's email address, password, and phone number. If you're getting stuck in the recovery process, make sure that you're entering the information Steam requests at each step. For example, searching for an account, Steam's account recovery is a must for your email address, not the account's current email address. Entering your email address as instructed for the search will help Steam identify your account. So, when contacting Steam, give as much information you can help. So I try to self-recover. So did you click these links? Steam support was stolen. I need help recovering it.
No, I didn't. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Those ones,
go.
yeah. The others, no.
So just to make sure, I'll send the link there. Let's see. Scan your computer, change your email password. Yeah, so you know you clicked something, so you don't have to wonder how they got it, right?
I don't have my ticket with the money I spent on Steam thought.
I don't think that is what matters. You have your email, you know.
For the
So
recover.
I don't want to reset my password here, you know. So I can't really test these, but it's always hard. Help me with my issue. Help, I can't sign in. And then you go here. Yeah, you have to like try and set a new password and try these things. You did all of these. That are actually what you use. So I guess you can't log in,
Not all of
right?
these.
No. So if you're not
I just blocked
using
my
this,
account.
block your account. Okay. But I'm sure there's a way to
But I don't know
continue.
if they can still unblock it.
You have to talk to Steam. I just don't know how to. I mean, I could log in with my account, but I don't have the problem, so it would be odd to try and do things. Um, So I don't think I have any tips for you. I'm sorry, but it's through the support, finding your account, community help and tips too. This one is a bit old though, but I guess it's probably the same. Recover your account guide. It's 2 years old though. Not a true.
Man. I messed up.
It happens to
Damn.
everybody. Happens to everybody. Sometimes they say that even like the most the pros working only with like teaching people fishing. You know, they will click some one link sometime. They will click. I'm listening to this podcast where that kind of happened, a Swedish one, and there's like two people talking, and one of them said, "It, I clicked something." So it happens to everybody. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Just fix it, right? Just fix it. So this is a bit of a maybe outdated guide. Uh, just send it in chat too. And if you need some moral support, I'm here, but I can't do the clicky thingies. Um, yeah, very important. Save this code. You will need it to unlock your account later. So you saved this, right? When you locked it? I think this is probably where it was locked. Self-lock your account. This is what you did, right? And Steam support. So this is a guide. Follow this guide. It's much more than I know about this. People's comments too, like recent comments. You changed everything, so okay. Uh, Thank you. Account recovery should not be this difficult, but it's possible, right? So this one, thank you, is from January. Support at steampower.com. You can try. Okay. Go send a request on the app. That's funny if they don't check support emails when people are locked out of their account and can't mail them. That's funny. So it's too hard to connect to people nowadays. There's not like just click here to reach them. Call this number. So good luck. I hope you fix it. So I'm going to continue with this thing. Yeah, what's the answer to this? Go back to engage matrix site. We're there. Over to magnifying search. Persona. And the question is the resource that aid you with the engagement activity from the previous question. Persona creation. So help us with creating a persona. Persona profile worksheet. So I guess this is the answer. No, I don't want a capital link. So if we're going to create a persona, we can use this. We know it exists now, which is good. Gained information. Which engagement activity? But we could think of this ourselves, right? It's now I almost have to download it. PDF. I guess we can trust these people's PDFs. There's a reason why I don't auto open PDFs. So pattern of life, persona, goals, critical tasks, geographical area, date of birth, start date, date of birth, sleep schedule, work hours. This sleep schedule and work hours make me think of the North Koreans getting jobs in US, faking their identities. So you've seen it. Actually, let's close it. We don't need it up. We'll probably need that site again. Which engagement activity baits a specific response from an adversary? What? Okay, she obviously just supposed to search for this thing. It's just very odd to me. I mean, we could also Google, but we're supposed to look at the site. Yeah, it's as confused as I am. So, which engagement activity? Use the back button. Once the page load, look through different activity listed below in the matrix. Find a response in the next image. You can't make this bigger. Let's look. So we have to back twice. At least. Because I clicked to download too, right? And it went into there. So I'm supposed to look through this and understand. Actively baits a specific response from an adversary and just magically find lures in here. I think this is horrible. Yeah, horrible. It's old, but it's horrible. What's the definition of threat model? I guess this is something we should be able to find in here. So let's copy this and wrong direction. Find in here. No. Threat model was in there. I just clicked randomly. So this is what they want then. It's a very odd room, this. So an ID for something like that, or not, the other way around. But it was not certain that we should search for persona there. Not at all. So next one. At least I will remember the Matrix now a little bit and have horrible memories of it. So defend. What is the my resource for the defend website? This resource is a knowledge graph of cybersecurity countermeasures. So, oh my, this one didn't go well with Dark Reader. So, sorry for the bright light. It's not readable. Countermeasures. Defend countermeasures. Logic. Defend is still in beta. Well, 4 years ago it was in beta. Funded by cybersecurity directory of the NSA. Defenses for why the spaces. Detection, denial, and disruption framework empowering network defense. They were so happy to find words for all of these, right? At the time of this writing, there are 48 artifacts. Now, let's see, 4 years later, how many are there? Can we know that? It says 1.718. So now it's 718, and that's why it's hard to find the right answers. Especially one ID that had changed. Let's take a quick look at one of the defense artifacts. Decoy file. So this looks much more logical again. It was a matrix that totally like up there. And I'm not going to read it all, little TTS, so you know.
As you can see, you're provided with information on what is the technique, definition, how the technique works, how it works, things to think about when implementing the technique, considerations, and how to utilize the technique. Example. Note, as with other MITRE resources, you can filter based on the ATT and CK matrix. Since this resource is in beta and will change significantly in future releases, we won't spend that much time on D3 Fend. The objective of this task is to make you aware of this MITRE resource, and hopefully you'll keep an eye on it as it matures in the future. We will still encourage you to navigate the website a bit by answering the questions below.
The first one listed, I'm kind of assuming it is the one called 0. And what's the naming and numbering of these? Yeah, not numbers. I wanted to see if there was something like in the normal MITRE thing. Nothing to expand. Look here. T1 data obfuscation. Could this be the answer? What was the pattern? Looks like it. So clicking around, and it still worked. And defend in further relationships. What does that tactic from the previous question produce? So I'm supposed to look at that. Defend inferred relationships. So if we click this, inferred relationships. So very logical compared to that one. What does the attack technique produce? Forwards. Produce. Okay. So outbound internet network traffic. Data obfuscation. Produces outbound internet network traffic. Is this the answer? Yeah, I kind of thought so. If I click it, something will happen. Ah, I can select this. What was the hint? What does an older nodes point to? Meaning it still looks the same, even if it went from 400 to 700 thingies. Okay, so why so many questions on the one that was so illogical and the logical one got only two? So let's go back to the start page. Let's go back to the start page. Well, it was just slow, I guess, or it was still up on top over it. So let's try this one somewhere here. So many thingies here that are not very sorted. Maybe we should have a miter one. Well, very bluety. Very not the same thing at all, whatever. I'll have to sort those. Right. A set of seek script from the detect attack techniques. This was one of the answers. These are attack-based analytics and reporting.
The BZAR project uses the Bro/Zeek network security monitor to detect ATT and CK-based adversarial activity. MITRE ATT and CK is a publicly available, curated knowledge base for cyber adversary behavior, reflecting the various phases of the adversary lifecycle and the platforms they are known to target. The ATT and CK model includes behaviors of numerous threats groups. BZAR is a set of Bro/Zeek scripts utilizing the SMB and DCERPC protocol analyzers and the file extraction framework to detect ATT and CK-like activity, raise notices, and write to the notice log. BZAR and CAR. BZAR is a component of the Cyber Analytics repository. It was originally located within that library, but due to requirements for Zeek packages it was moved to its own repository. Still managed as a component of CAR.
So I'm good with the level there. This one we will keep up, definitely. Now we can continue where we were, because this one we started before, but it got a bit of a delay there on Nessus. So back to Nessus to do this bit. There's a lot of questions here, and I'm really much more interested in this. Should we finish this one first? So we have 2 sections left, right? And conclusion. Maybe it's more logical to finish this first, but this one seemed to actually finally have finished. Welcome to Nessus Essentials. We got this box up now. And it says plugins are done compiling. It didn't say that it started though in the log, which was funny. If there all other things say start, finished. Start finished, except for the compiling. I guess others were downloads. Oh, session expired. I guess we lost that little box with the start thingy. But now we don't have a thingy here. I guess the new scan is the thing. Let's do this first, because I think it will be quicker. And we started this first. So. Navigation and scans. What is the name of the button which is used to launch a scan? Good question. So we need to make something first. Example. So what I am worried about is doing scans that do stuff that so I can't do more things later, right? So we can do scans on a specific number of IPs, I think. And I don't think we probably have more than 16 in the house. So we can only run it on like one thing. Basic network scan. So targets. So all of these are ranges except for the test.com and 92.168.0.136 is the one we just run my little go scan on. And this is the TryHackMe server. And I guess this is the one we would like to, one of the ones we would like to scan, right? So we can give it SSH credentials. Right, we need credentials on the machine. I have no idea. Let's do another one. So, my computer, which is 61 instead. And it is Windows. This is annoying. I can't answer this either because it's a Microsoft account. It doesn't really have a name, does it? Would it be the email address? That's not the domain. So suddenly this doesn't seem as easy to start. Let's do the host discovery, I guess. Local. I know what I would like to scan. Would have been nice to just be able to use what it was there, but I can't. I'm thinking 190 maybe. We don't have to do the whole thing. The risk is that we get machines I don't want now. So let's assume that we can do commas. 1, comma. What was it? 176, right? The Proxmox server. So now we only have 3. Uh, 3 computers. And they are very different. I'm thinking launch, no? It's 2 words. So I didn't check this, but I'm kind of thinking it will be run scan. That's my guess. No, I was wrong. So let's save this. Or should we just enable off? So we can enable the schedule. So we need to configure our SMTP to send the notification emails. Discovery. So this is not the right place to have this thing on even right now. Yeah, I want a full port scan. Um, Slow down the scan when network congestion is detected. Yeah, do that. So we selected 3 machines, simultaneous hosts. So do they really mean use scan? Because this is the button to start it. I think they mean use scan, but that's not what it used to launch it. It is launch. I was going to type launch, and that's when I saw that it. No, that's kind of good. Did it change though? This is also an old room. We haven't got a thing up. Blue button says new scan. Is it case sensitive then? It was case sensitive. So annoying. A new scan is not what is used to launch a scan. Launch is used to launch a scan. What side menu option allows us to create custom templates? Side menu. So these are all the side menus in my way of seeing things. So we have my scans, all scans, trash, policies, plugin rules, Terra scan, custom templates. So let's click this one again and assume that this is where they want us to be. And the side menu is still the same. Side menu option, custom templates. So let's click anything. Here, custom templates. Scan templates. So this is scan templates. Okay. So this might be a time thing too. Resources. There's no resources. Yeah. Time to Google. Policies. The question is not the same even. So they have rewritten the question probably because it was not clear. So when I look here, there are actually headers here that I did not see. And here it is policies. But this is talking about policies. Create custom templates, finding what actions are performed during a scan. Okay, so I guess it's good that they have this question here because this is crazy. In resources, policies, you can make custom templates, make your own scans. That's so crazy stupid. I'm sorry, but what on earth does a new scan template has to do with policies? How is it has anything to do with resources? Just the rest of things, we don't know what to call it. Let's call it resources. Huh? Why not call it custom templates? Oh well, I guess that question helped us to understand the program. What menu allows us to change plugin properties, such as hiding them or changing their severity? So I'm kind of thinking it might be the next on the list. Okay, so it's the case sensitivity again. I should have remembered. In the scan template section, after clicking on new scan, what scan allows us to see simply what hosts are alive. Ping, but that's not very accurate. So if we have Windows, so that's why I didn't do that. Or is it host discovery that they mean? But I put it on more. Let's look at this. After clicking on new scan, I guess they mean host discovery, right? Right, case sensitivity. One of the most useful scan types, which is considered to be suitable for any host. Okay, so I'm getting tired. Basic network scan. No, I can't drag there. I guess I have to click it and copy this. Sorry, it didn't hop over. What scan allows you to authenticate a host and enumerate missing updates? Uh, so it was not the easiest to select stuff. But now we get the uppercase characters. What scan is specifically used for scanning web application? These questions really make me bored. I want to do stuff with it now, not do this. You use web applications. So I'm not even thinking. I'm just searching. Web application tests. Scanning. So now we're actually scanning something. The run network scan. This will limit what I can do for real. But I guess it's good to have an experience. And it is just one machine. I'm just gonna so let's just what? Oh, we're in downloads. So let's start the machine. And we have our IP here. This machine is starting. It's warm in here. It's 27.9. That's when I'm thinking it's starting to get warm. So I need to sleep too. It was an easy IP. So what option can we set under basic on the left? I'm like, there's no basic. Oh, it's a header. Where we already always are, so we never have to open it. Time. Schedule? Oh, maybe it's schedule. My, get bread everywhere. Hmm. Under discovery, so the scan type should be ports. Oh, okay, so they want the full name of this with parentheses and case. sensitive. What scan type can we change under advanced for a lower bandwidth connection? Scan low bandwidth links. With these options set, launch the scan. So I want to read all of them. I don't want to just read that. So I set the IP. Also, if we would have to reset this one, this would count as a new scan, right? And a new machine, and we'd have to redo it again. Yeah. Now I'm stressed by it. Launch it then. So, how long do you think it will take? All ports will take some time. I have breadcrumbs all over now. So I'm actually going to go down with my pizza because it's still here. So, how's it going? Nothing happened. I'm very full, but that last bit of bread is tempting. It will just be dried tomorrow. I feel very full. Ooh, let's look at this meanwhile. We can click that, click the launch. After the scan completes, which vulnerability in the port scanner family can we view the details of to see the open ports on this host? It's still running, so let's look at this. Run a web application scan on the VM. Running this scan will take some time to complete. Please be patient. So we'll hop back to the other room again when both are running, right? What is the plugin ID of the plugin that determines the HTTP server type and version? I kind of think we already need to hop back because I kind of regret this low bandwidth. Why? We usually have good bandwidth. It's just because they don't want us to, you know? But when I did it on the other one that we didn't start, let's do that one at the same time. So, configure. So we're going to scan 3 computers. Not scheduled. Discovery port scan common port. No, that's not what I set it to. I set it to all ports. What? And this is, I added this check, so that's good. What I want to see right now is what type the scan is from the start. What template was used to generate it. And I don't see a way to do that. So maybe it already has all the results that we need, even though it's still running, right? So we found one vulnerability here. Or we found one that is low. ICMP. So it's 3 words. And I'm tired. Officially. So let's go back and back. Let's just go back here. Oh, look, I think it finished. So now it says completed instead of running. After the scan completes, which vulnerability in port scanners? Family. Can we view the details of to see the open ports on this host? Port scanners. Nessus SYN scanner, okay. So do I need to say I don't like this? How can a port scan be a vulnerability in port scanner's family? A patch version. Better question. Robots.txt. There are several web servers. Okay, here's the version. So I don't like this. Nmap is much prettier. 2.4.25. 2.4.25. Okay. Wait for the scan to complete. Yeah, so we have the version, it's just not the same answer. So what do the people have? What version? Oh look, they had a port to 2.4.99 and a different format. Let's try this one. Okay, so that's not what our scan found. Scanning web application. Let's click the other one here. Yeah, 2.4.25 here too. So the logic, but this is just because it's old, right? I see times and request remote date disclosure. Oh, what a horrible bug. We can know what date it is. It has the same time between. Yeah. Right. So let's go back where I was and let's go to 100 zoom. So it's supposed to look like this. Oh my. So I noticed this one was disappearing behind there. So let's go to this. 140 instead of 150. Who'd want it that little? I don't know. So, run a web application scan on the VM. Running the scan will take some time to complete, so be patient. What is the plugin ID? So, just run the scan. And the other one we didn't have to be patient for. It's a new scan. So, the machine's just been up for less than 20 minutes so far, so it's not like we're in a hurry. Web application tests. I'm just gonna copy the IP. paste it here. And let's again put THM web. So why does it say port scan common ports here? Because this is a web thing. Scan for all web vulnerabilities. Quick and complex. Let's do the quick one for the demo. I guess we just launch it because it didn't say anything about any options or anything, right? So we now know that we can click in here and still see that it's running, and hopefully see information pop up as it gets some data. And it's past midnight. So it found something. It's just doing the port scan. Okay. But not all ports this time. Common ports. What is a plugin ID of the plugin that determines HTTP server type and version? What authentication page is discovered by the scanner that transmits credentials in clear text? What is the file extension of the config backup? What directory contains example documents? This will be in a PHP directory. What vulnerability in this application is susceptible to what's associated with X-frame options? So we got another info. Plugin ID. That's not it. So it's supposed to be one called HTTP server type conversion. Yeah, so here. This is the one it wants. Number standard case. So it worked. What authentication page is discovered by the scanner that transmits credentials in clear text? This must be a high. Yeah. So let's see what this is. So this is something else. This is the one X-frame options. What vulnerabilities in this application is susceptible to what is associated with X-frame options? It's annoying when it blips. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 letters. No special characters. Click jacking, I guess. No, did it hop? No, it is this one. So there, 3 questions left. See what appears first. So it wasn't that bad to wait when we can look at it at the same time, right? We can also see the full names. But I'm assuming that the clear text creds will be like high. Yeah, so we're getting more stuff. Browsable web directories, backup file disclosure. We had a backup file extension question. BAK, which I kind of was about to guess, but I thought that why guess when we can wait? So, if you were to guess, we should have another day on the streak now, so I don't have to have problems with that tomorrow, shouldn't we? Browsable web directories, backup files. Authentication page. Directory contains example documents. So it might be here. What directory contains example documents? Oh, there, I saw it there. I just didn't have time to copy it. Examples. Copy. So we only have the clear text creds left. This is a nice tool. So we wouldn't get these from Nmap. So when will the red one appear? It is not an info thing. So what should it be like? Clear text creds, an authentication page. That must be a higher critical, right? Critical. So what if you click critical? High, medium, nothing happens. They just look pretty when you scroll over them. So we can't get it to show all info only and stuff. So I guess it's when it adds stuff. So it would be fun to run this on something else. So if we had it running on the other machine too, actually let's so the Proxmox can handle both machines up. I just closed this one because I thought it was useless. But now we're actually using 2 email addresses and 2 keys, right? So we can see if this one is willing to start. 2. It has 8 gigs. It doesn't have a right number of because it doesn't have hard drive space probably, but we'll notice. It can be there. Hang around. Is this web app vulnerable? So nothing new yet. We still have the 3 mediums. So this is funny that this is a newer version than than we had, right? So when is this article from? 2020. And the Apache version we got is older. Or was it not like that? Um, I don't know if this one is actually updated ever. It doesn't have like versions or anything. So this is the last question in this room. We might explore it more though. So as it is slow, right? It is still going, running, and it hasn't found the one that we're looking for. I'm assuming it's not informational, you know, to have clear text creds in an web page, authentication page. So we will see this one. Let's see what the hint says. Severity of low. What? That's so stupid. Clear text credentials, low. Anyway, it just keeps hopping a little bit. It doesn't do anything. It's just a news change, I think. So let's hop back to attack. So we're back to MITRE, and we have a few things left here. While we're waiting, when it pops up, we'll hop back there and do the last question. Finish it. So attack emulation plans. If these tools provided by us to us by MITRE are not enough, under MITRE Ingenuity, we have adversary emulation library and attack emulation plans. So, what is this? So let's turn off dark mode. It looked very odd. Why do people keep using white? I don't get it. MITRE, a company unlike any other. Mission first, people always. What we can do as a not-for-profit organization. I'm actually reading stuff. I should see my voice.
As a not-for-profit organization, MITRE acts in the public interest by delivering objective, cost-effective solutions to many of the world's biggest challenges. We operate FFRDC's federally funded research and development centers and provide technical expertise, stability, and continuity to government agency sponsors. FFRDCs put research to work. MITRE powers advances in national defense, aviation safety, GPS, financial systems, healthcare, cybersecurity, and more advances that make your life better. We're 65 plus years into our mission and just getting started. Work with us for public good.
So I'm a bit bored, really. What's the use? We'll learn. And I shouldn't read, right? So let's just TTS it.
CTID. MITRE formed an organization named the Center of Threat-Informed Defense, CTID. This organization consists of various companies and vendors from around the globe. Their objective is to conduct research on cyber threats and their TTPs and share this research to improve cyber defense for all. Some of the companies and vendors who are participants of CTID. Attack IQ, founder. Verizon. Microsoft, founder. Red Canary, founder. Splunk. For the website, together with participant organizations, we cultivate solutions for a safer world and advance threat-informed defense with open-source software, methodologies, and frameworks. By expanding upon the MITRE ATT and CK knowledge base, our work expands the global understanding of cyber adversaries and their tradecraft with the public release of data sets critical to better understanding adversarial behavior and their movements. ATT and CK registered emulations plans. The Adversary Emulation Library is a public library making adversary emulation plans a free resource for blue/red teamers. The library and the emulations are a contribution from CTID. There are several ATT and CK registered emulation plans currently available, App 3, App 29, and Fin 6. The emulation plans are a step-by-step guide on how to mimic the specific threat group. If any of the C-suite were to ask, how would we fare if App 29 hits us? This can easily be answered by referring to the results of the execution of the emulation plan. Review the emulation plans to answer the questions below.
So where does it say emulation plans? It's so marketing-y, so you can't find anything. It's just supposed to be pretty, nothing readable. Uh, so this is a Medium article. So if I TTS this, I will be quiet forever, right? Several attacking and emulation plans. Here's a library. So why didn't they have a link to this on the start page? Right? Because why? This is interesting. Now let's actually make a new one here. Because I put the other one somewhere in like blue team, right? Let's have like adversary emulation, because that's kind of like, put it somewhere here. Add folder. And let's pull this one in there. And I'm going to have to sort all of this. So this page was really not interesting. Well, where is it there? This is just some marketing goo. Give us money. Here's who gave us money. It is good to give us money. Adversary emulation plans. So now we're on attack. Yeah, so let's throw this into there too, so we have some more stuff that's actually like a little bit of facts. The Rush emulation library. What else? Let's open both so that we can compare. See why I kind of stopped here? They just went into this. Okay. We can see them, but we don't need both of them. I'm assuming that there's a reason why we got this link, because there's questions here, right? So let's open that one again too. APD3 phase 1. What is listed first? So I saw that. Let's see, do it up. Now I don't know if it was or uppercase S there. Under persistence, what binary was replaced with CMD So no exe. In the image that I can't read, is there something about an exe here? I don't think so. No. So the exe is not mentioned. What's it a framework? Scenario 1. And they have this here because this is new. Scenario 1. C2. Examining APT20 now. Let's see the frameworks are listed in scenario 1. Infrastructure. Let's go for infrastructure instead then. For. Also, maybe we need to go into there to find C2. C2. So now we can probably. Okay, it's just comma with no spaces. So let's use this for editing. Now let's see the frame of listener to insert to scenario 2. There it is. Five dot. No, that's the wrong one here. 6 letters. Posh C2. Examine the emulation plan for Sandworm. What web shell was used for scenario 1? For the software ID. This is more fun. This is more fun. Finding data that's actually meaningful instead of just the lost words on the page. What are those? You know? So let's go back. So and Sandworm web shell. No Sandworm in here. So let's actually not look at the infrastructure, but this thing. Nothing here either. Now let's look at that again. No. Web shell. And there's a version number, I guess, for it only. It is like this. You can just read it, I guess. But let's put web shell in here. So it just messages reverse shells. Let me soak it. So my eyes are getting tired. Oh, alright, we have this thing. You could read all of this. This is interesting. So we're interested in the one. Scenario 1. What am I doing? Let's see. This is the minor one, right? So the thing is that these say how to find it, right? Click sandworm. But I search for on all pages for sandworm. Oh, so it's a different one. What was the question? I thought it was in there. So I thought that we were still talking about the same thing. So where did it actually open? Oh, there. Sandworm. So web shell PAS. Okay. So talking about scenario 1 and scenario 2, and then so I thought the sandworm was something in this. So if I had like recognized this as in known about it, I wouldn't have done that, right? So did I do the right character? Yeah. Then the second part of the question was ID. So we're going to search for this. Just Google it. ID. So, and let's hope that they still have the same. And this might not be the same thing. We'll see. I'm too tired to be too detailed now. Yeah. Well, let's look at another hit. Yeah, POS is something. Let's do this. Point of sales, right? Software. Point of sale. Web shell. I'll have to go back to the page where we were, I think. We're talking about POS systems all the time here. So, to me, it sounds odd to give numbers to web shells. Yeah, nothing like that. Web shell. Sandworm. What are these numbers? I want the header of this column so I know what we're doing here. IDs for what? Techniques. So it's the technique ID, but I don't think that's what the question was. T1505. We can try, I guess. It doesn't happen. Nothing happens. So let's look at the. Click on emulation plan. Scenario 1. And the web shell. I found that. For the second part, browser extension attack powered suite. Search attack. So 0598. So I don't care to find that again the real way, you know. As too tired now. 0598. So that's nice. Oh, I know. I remember the wrong letters. Wrote the wrong letters and searched for the wrong letters. There's an O instead of an A here. Oh, my 8 got disappeared, but it fixed it anyway for me. Whatever. So, it's completed now. And it's hasn't found any lows, only infos, right? So we've already looked at these. Backspace doesn't work. This is just a version. That happens sometimes. It clicks with the wrong mouse button. It definitely didn't click with the wrong mouse button. It just does it sometimes, like yesterday. So we had one of those great find the answer thingies, didn't we? So they have different questions. Or let's see here. Where are we really? Scanning, and we're on this. The second question is the one we have not answered, which is not this one and not this one, because those we have answered. Those were in the last section. Oh, scanning a web. Okay. Here, it doesn't say where to find this. And I can't like just search in all of these. Whatever. They already told it was with PHP and that it is an authentication page, so we could have guessed this, right? Let's see. Yeah, it said it's sort of low. I'm thinking that one should have been high if it's sending credentials in clear text. back. Okay, whatever. I guess we're done with Nessus. So I need to copy this room. I'm drinking too much things like tea and Coke. Let's drink more stuff. Various resources Myra has made. So we're almost done with the Myra one. Should we continue doing two at once? Let's just close that and that and that and that. This is the one that I thought maybe we'll TTS this one. Right. Let's actually TTS this one. I can't. Well, if I mute the mic, I can TTS it.
Center for Threat-Informed Defense. The Center for Threat-Informed Defense is a nonprofit, privately funded
I'll
research and
hear what you
development
can't hear me.
organization operated by MITRE. Our mission is to advance the state of the art and the state of the practice in threat-informed defense globally. Introducing the all-new Adversary Emulation Plan Library. John Baker. Published in Center for Threat-Informed Defense. 6 minutes read. September 10, 2020. Written by John Baker and Forrest Carver. The Center for Threat-Informed Defense, CENTER, is excited to announce one of our first major initiatives, a public library of adversary emulation plans. Our structured library of adversary emulation plans is a freely available resource to help red teams and other cyber defenders systematically test their defenses based on real-world adversary TTPs. We have brought together the combined knowledge and expertise of our center participants to build upon MITRE Ingenuity's ATT and CK evaluations program and MITRE ATT and CK registered to create these intelligence-driven resources. Each adversary emulation plan is rooted in intelligence reports and other artifacts that capture and describe breaches and campaigns publicly attributed to a specific named threat actor. To develop each plan, we research and model each threat actor, focusing not only on what they do, e.g. gather credentials from victims, but also how, using what specific tools/utilities/commands, and when, during what stage of a breach. We then develop emulation content that mimics the underlying behaviors utilized by the threat actor, i.e. not an exact representation, rather capturing the pertinent elements that accurately generate appropriate test telemetry for defenders. This approach results in nuanced emulation plans, each capturing unique scenarios and perspectives that we can leverage as threat-informed defenders. Background. MITRE's focus on building adversary emulation plans started with the release of the AP3 emulation plan in 2017. The AP3 plan used three general phases: initial compromise/setup, network propagation, and collection/exfiltration. To give a general sense of the emulated behavior, these phases were briefly described in terms of the adversary's intended goal, but more importantly how the threat actor achieves these goals. MITRE's approach to adversary emulation has evolved from that initial publication driven by experience in the ATT and CK evaluations program, numerous Purple Team engagements, and community feedback. The ATT and CK evaluations adversary emulation plans have become a popular resource for red teams and purple teams to use for testing their defenses, but their structure needs refinement for broad use beyond the ATT and CK evaluations program. The Center's participant-funded collaborative research and development program recognizes the value of these adversary emulation plans and the need to come together to refine the model and develop a more robust collection of adversary emulation plans for the community. Improvements over time. Our methodology has always focused on capturing an adversary's publicly attributed techniques, then chaining those techniques together into a logical series of actions that are inspired by how the adversary has acted in the past. As the MITRE team progressed through additional rounds of ATT and CK evaluations, both the process to create emulation plans and the plans themselves matured. The ATT and CK evaluations AP29 emulation plan signaled a significant evolution to the process and established a close to ideal structure of components that made up the emulation plan. Those were 1. Intelligence summary, an overview of the adversary and references to cited intelligence. 2. Operational flow, chains techniques together into a logical flow of the major steps that commonly occur across the selected adversary's operations. 3. Emulation plan, the TTP by TTP, command by command walkthrough to implement the adversary's operational tradecraft as described in the intelligence summary and the operational flow. Converging on one format to increase impact. Now is the time to establish a public library of adversary emulation plans based on a consistent methodology and structure. Adversary emulation plans require a substantial amount of time, expertise, and effort to develop, including cyber threat intelligence, CTI, research, TTP analysis, ATT and CK mapping, custom tool development, when required, test range setup, emulation plan development, testing, and final quality review. The variety of methodologies and representations used for existing plans undermines their utility and increases the burden on users. With additional adversary emulation plans under development and planned for the future, there is a significant opportunity to increase our overall impact by defining a common methodology and consistent structure with a single focal point for accessing these adversary emulation plans. These crucial steps will maximize reusable resources by ensuring that adversary emulation plans are consistent and easily accessible to consumers and reducing the overall cost for organizations to use adversary emulation to test their defenses. Ultimately, our goal is to significantly increase the number of organizations worldwide that routinely evaluate their defenses against real-world adversary behavior, which should, in turn, help improve their security posture. Adversary Emulation Plan Template. After
Yeah.
reviewing previous work on adversary emulation, and using the AP29 plan as a template, the Center's team identified the following main imperatives for a common emulation plan template. 1. The sections defined as part of the AP29 plan would endure:
So it
intelligence summary,
doesn't.
operations flow,
Yeah.
and emulation plan. 2. The
Good
emulation.
enough. So that kind of belonged with this, right? It was an explanation of this. And this was like a more higher level short thing. And we ended up on the repo at the end. So let's finish the last bit. And this. No, there's two. Why was I in the last one? Ah, I know. I didn't click the button. No, I'm not even reading. Oh, the exe. So I'm like in the other one, in the other machine, the other room. So let's actually check this out. Yeah, this is the minor one. So we answered all the other questions. I don't remember where I am at all there. So let's grab a question. And this one was good because it tells you how to find it, not just what the answer is. Head back to MITRE APT emulation plan page. Scroll to the bottom of the page. Link to, yeah, open a PDF. I don't open PDFs in my browser at all. Persistence. Yeah. If we were really researching this, set HC. So I thought I was done with it. That's why we hopped here, right? Threat intelligence, TI, and cyber threat intelligence. And save my throat.
Threat intelligence, TI, or cyber threat intelligence, CTI, is the information, or TTPs, attributed to the adversary. By using threat intelligence, as defenders, we can make better decisions regarding the defensive strategy. Large corporations might have an in-house team whose primary objective is to gather threat intelligence for other teams within the organization, aside from using threat intel already readily available. Some of this threat intel can be open source or through a subscription with a vendor, such as CrowdStrike. In contrast, many defenders wear multiple hats, roles, within some organizations, and they need to take time from their other tasks to focus on threat intelligence. To cater to the latter, we'll work on a scenario of using ATT and CK registered for threat intelligence. The goal of threat intelligence is to make the information actionable. Scenario: you are a security analyst who works in the aviation sector. Your organization is moving their infrastructure to the cloud. Your goal is to use the ATT and CK registered matrix to gather threat intelligence on app groups who might target this particular sector and use techniques targeting your areas of concern. You are checking to see if there are any gaps in coverage. After selecting a group, look over the selected group's information and their tactics, techniques, etc.
Ping. I don't think I told it to ping. We'll see what it finds. And map. But other things like the web wall thing. Scenario, you're a security analyst. So, aviation sector APT in 2013. Will we find something? So, APT 33. So, as your organization is migrating to cloud, is there anything attributed to this APT group you should focus on? So, I'm kind of thinking that we have this very nice list of things. Is it in here? No? So then we Google or we look at another place. Did we have anything else? Search for just generally minor attack things. I guess this is what it is. So cloud accounts. 3 hits. Exploration of cloud storage. Cloud to endpoint. This is a very stupid thing if it's correct. You should focus on cloud accounts. Maybe what should you secure extra? Be very extra careful to secure. I don't know. What tool is associated with a technique from the previous question? So back here, tool. Office 365 accounts. Ruler. Software. Referring to the technique from question 2, what mitigation method suggests using SMS messages as an alternative? So we're going to say two-factor authentication here in some nice way. Why do I keep clicking this one? Let's put it further down. So I'm like two-factor is one word. Multi maybe. SMS. Mitigation. So Maybe it's in this one. Mitigations. SMS. Yeah, so there's a dash in multi-factor. That's why I didn't think it was it, because I think it would show up, but maybe it doesn't show up. Okay, what platform does the technique from question 2? From question 2, cloud accounts? Cloud accounts is now a technique. So this is cloud account. So this one will be time sensitive. That's my feeling. So I opened it, right? What platform does cloud accounts affect? Cloud platforms. Is that what I mean with question 2? Let's see what these think. This should be like the last question of it all. So, to respond to this question is same page as a valid account. Cloud account, search the label. Platform. Platforms. Okay, so platforms. So this is what they call platforms. Okay, I thought they meant actual providers, the platforms. Okay, I get it. But Office Suite is not Office Suite. So then it's a specific one. I'm not totally friendly with that. But okay, it was learning. Learning included. So I learned a little more about this. And I think it's quite required to have a bit of hints on the old ones, because we have had 2 questions that were not the same results that we found, and several more that were like not really possible to find, right? So TTS the last bit.
In this room, we explored tools/resources that MITRE has provided to the security community. The room's goal was to expose you to these resources and give you a foundational knowledge of their uses. Many vendors of security products and security teams across the globe consider these contributions from MITRE invaluable in the day-to-day efforts to thwart evil. The more information we have as defenders, the better we are equipped to fight back. Some of you might be looking to transition to become a SOC analyst, detection engineer, cyber threat analyst, etc. These tools/resources are a must to know. As mentioned before, though, this is
Say
not only for
more.
defenders. As red teamers, these tools/resources are
Good to
useful
know.
as well. Your objective is to mimic the adversary and attempt to bypass all the controls in place
And there's
within the
also
environment.
guides
With these
in there.
resources, as the red
What to
teamer,
do.
you can effectively mimic a true adversary and communicate your findings in a common language that both sides can understand. In a nutshell, this is known as purple teaming.
And also making tools. Let's make more tools. So let's hop to next. Oh, we will end up in miter? No? This is our next room. Because we just did miter. So, Yara. So, Yara rules. I have done a few things. Let's continue. And let's see what happened with our scan. It is completed. This one didn't find anything. So this is the Proxmox server, which we're currently connected on port 8006, right? So it is very much open. It failed. So this is very interesting to see because these are the ports we found with the one I made today. And it's confirming that it was correct, that my scanner works, which is nice. And this also confirms that mine worked. Same ports. The one 10,001, a bit funny number there. Since I scanned up to 10,000 and then I scanned from 10,000, I was like, oh, there was something more. Let me scan all of them. We found, 65,000 ports in 10 seconds. So let's just check before we do anything else up on this one. So so we need to run the start command. We need to right. I don't have any more notes now. Need to do this again because we would just started it. We didn't enable it, which is the right thing. This one. I actually don't really have a headache. I more have earache. I feel a bit sick, you know. So I use the same password for all of my Kali VMs, or I would go crazy mixing them up. So let's open the web browser, and it should have it still there. So I don't think that would bleed. Half full enough thingy on this, and then it started bleeding when I just it. There, it's just slow. So I think I will just kill all the tabs. It is like machines I have started and lots of different things, but I can just like, let's just click one of them, click the last one, and close them. 30 tabs. So it is compiling. Um, so when we left it, it was still downloading plugins. So let's actually use the knowledge I gained to look at events, because I did on the other one, and downloading Nessus plugins here. It started again, yeah. So it says plugins are compiling, but they're actually downloading. So this machine is not as finished. But I'm thinking if we have a limited number, so this is kind of registered with the mail address I want to use. And this one was, since we couldn't use the same one again, and I couldn't use that code on the machine when I did it on the wrong machine by mistake. So it was like that kind of solution. So let's click this one and see. This is scan information. This is my PC, the one we're streaming from. So scanner OS is Linux. What does that have to do here? Yeah, it's past 1. Maybe I shouldn't start a new room. And I don't think I should run this all night. This scan, all the scans are finished. So I'm gonna close this machine down. And we'll see how far we get without actually doing anything really like heat generating. It's 28.2 degrees in here. I need to close the machines and the lights down soon. This is a Praxley. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave the other one on for a bit. Because it took like 1.5 hours for this one to install, download and install. But the other one might just never do it because it's got too little memory. So, successful connection to plugin server. Downloading Nest's core components. Successful connection. Finish downloading plugins. So now it's just got the compiling done. That's the last step, right? Core components. 113. Oh, stuff is happening. License. So 3 starts and successes. 7 events. I never saw that on the other one. It's because it never had the connection. Never had this one. So now we only have the plugins are compiling. But we don't have the thinky thing here that I had on the other one. So if I close this one, is there any way to see that it's... Yeah, we kind of can see that it's busy, right? So let's zoom in so we can see the buttons. 180%. enough. And I'm actually side scrolling here, I'm not actually zooming. That was not my purpose, I meant to zoom out, really, there. So 150 we can see the buttons. And here we have the little minimize the menu button. So I guess we're just waiting for it to finish its little thingy. So we'll see when it's done. So so the installation's done, and we can do more, add more information to Nessus later. So I already have Yara here, but I don't have a lot of stuff about Yara. It identifies and classifies files based on the content, helping malware researchers and lots of others. Virus Total Yara, GitHub Virus Total Yara, Great Info Doc, Medium. Getting started with Yara, beginner's guide to understanding and creating Yara rules. So I have looked a little bit at it, but now we have a whole TryHackMe room on it. Yara. So these are finished now. Let's F5 this. So check. We did them today now. We have Yara, Zero Logon, and OpenVAS. So I've never even heard of this. And this I have heard, and might have heard this. Don't think so. But I don't know what it is. Open vulnerability assessment. Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah. So Yara. It's time for Yara. And I'm going to TTS stuff to save my voice.
TryHackMe. Yara. Learn the applications and language that is Yara for everything threat intelligence, forensics, and threat hunting.
And I know it's past midnight and everybody's asleep, right?
Introduction. This room will expect you to understand basic Linux familiarity, such as installing software and commands for general navigation of the system. More so, this room isn't designed to test your knowledge or for point scoring. It is here to encourage you to follow along and experiment with what you have learned here. As always, I hope you take a few things away from this room, namely, the wonder that Yara, yet another ridiculous acronym, is and its importance in InfoSec today. Yara was developed by Victor M. Alvarez, at PlusVic, and at VirusTotal. Check the GitHub repo here.
Yeah, so we already had these links, right? In my notes. So I'm assuming there'll be practical stuff and that we can't do them today, but we'll read the bit we can. So here we have a deploy.
All about Yara. The pattern matching Swiss knife for malware researchers, and everyone else, VirusTotal, 2020. With such a fitting quote, Yara can identify information based on both binary and textual patterns, such as hexadecimal and strings contained within a file. Rules are used to label these patterns. For example, Yara rules are frequently written to determine if a file is malicious or not, based upon the features, or patterns, it presents. Strings are a fundamental component of programming languages. Applications use strings to store data such as text. For example, the code snippet below prints hello world in Python. The text hello world would be stored as a string. Print, hello world. We could write a Yara rule to search for hello world in every program on our operating system if we would like. Why does malware use strings? Malware, just like our hello world application, uses strings to store textual data. Here are a few examples of the data that various malware types store within strings. Type data description. Ransomware 12T9Y Deep was E9 New York MGW519P7AA TISJR 6SMW. Bitcoin wallet for ransom payments. Botnet 12.34.56.7. The IP
Yeah,
address of the command and control, CNC,
strings
server.
are needed.
Caveat, malware analysis. Explaining the functionality of malware is vastly out of scope for this room due to the sheer size of the topic. I have covered strings in much more detail in Task 12, Strings of My Mal, Introductory Room. In fact, I am creating a whole learning path for it. If you'd like to get a taster whilst learning the fundamentals, I'd recommend my room.
So it's in the path. So we're going to do it later. Within less within 1.5 weeks, right? We need to finish this path because it won't exist anymore. What's the name of the 16 base 16 numbering system that Yara can? What? Was there something here? Maybe I'm just too tired. Does it want us to type hexadecimal? What? Would would the text enter your name be a string? Yay. So we didn't get far before we got the start machine button. Uh, and I closed the VM, right? We have the other one though. But I kinda wanna do stuff. Yeah, I'm kinda thinking that it's time. It's 1:22. So who's online? Hack the Box is not actually online. They are been always online for over lots of hours since their stream 3 days ago, I think.
And like head over.
So we're gonna read Shy Hats. Let's hop in to my stream and copy this. He won't be stopping stream for quite some time, I think. So let's yeah, and there's only 2 people. So I don't know if anyone is on YouTube. Hmm. So let's just quickly like check through what we're doing before. So total percentage of the path. I want to see that. So maybe in the dashboard, 33%. So we've done a third by doing 2 rooms, and I already had 1 room. So this first bit, the introductory networking thing here was these were already done. And this one needs to be finished too. But not without a VM. New rooms, robots, file covering, Tomcat. So there's 17 days in the streak now. Affinity battle. Anti-FS analysis. Crypto failures. So anti-FS sounds fun to me too. Not just the boxes. And here's the CVE. Those are informational. And these are like boxes. Yeah. I need to learn more about you for CTFs. You really need to know those things. And I have one on Thursday and one on Saturday. Oopsie. you know? Um, wire shark. I don't remember what we had there really. So we can close the Yara one. The Lumi. Let's actually start the raid. And let's see, just thank you for being here. And we'll see, because sometimes it's funny. It said like 4 before, and then when I rated it was 6. So you never know what happens. So now it kind of ends up at 2, though it's a 3 here. So you never know what happens. ARP traffic. Yeah, so the reason we didn't do this now is because I think this is very simple. And it's more like click, 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 and not really something new. It's just that I haven't done this room. And I want to finish it. Want to finish all the path. I want to make sure there's nothing I don't know already. I'm gonna finish watching Neil's stream too. I missed it today. And yesterday there was a new one. Let's see if they uploaded the videos from that one. It was on Zoom. Nah, I'll have to look at the older ones. So, raid is going. So bye bye everybody. Thanks for being here. Have a great weekend. And we're zooming in. I'm gonna go sleep. And
First, it's going to call this function, which prints that out, which prints this out. And Fixit42 just raided the channel 2 viewers. Thank you very much for the raid, Fixit42, and welcome.